And I'll say this, dear Lord, I want to take this time this morning to thank you for this day, for the safe travels this morning. Lord, I also want to thank you for another day that you have given us to have the ability to let your light shine through us, our work, actions, and thoughts. Lord, we want to ask you for guidance and compassion and discernment and the deliberation that will be taking place today. Thank you for everything you've done for us, Lord. Forgive us of our shortcomings, and I want to ask you to grant us safe travels as we leave here today. Thank you for all the blessings.
Amen. The board is made up of 13 members, 7 RNs, 4 LPNs, 1 physician, 1 member. Today, we are a 3-member panel with 1 person serving as an alternate, but who will not participate in either deliberations or decisions concerning the cases. At this time, I would like to start to my left with the board members announcing themselves.
Daniel Sistrunk.
Harley Walker, Sandra Culpepper, Beverly Oliver, and at this time, I'm going to turn it over to the Assistant AG, Mr. Jones.
Thank you. Good morning. Today is Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. Time is 8:32 a.m. We are present at the office of the Mississippi Board of Nursing located at 713 South Fair Orchard Road, Ridgeville, Mississippi. I will call the first matter on the docket. It's in the matter of Tammy Broadway, license number R868156. It's case number 2026-0082. My name is Kyle Jones. I'm a Special Assistant Attorney General at the Middle's office. I will be serving as hearing officer today. The role of a hearing officer in the setting is procedural, meaning I will rule on objections to questions or evidence that's raised by the parties. I'm just going to see to the orderly process of the hearing and ensure that they're conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules of the board. This is an administrative proceeding. It is not a court of law, so formal rules of evidence and so procedure do not apply here. However, I may use both as a guide when ruling on objections or evidence, but I'm not bound by either. At this time, I'm going to ask the members of the board hearing panel for this case to introduce themselves for the record in that capacity, including whoever will serve as alternate in this matter.
Daniel Sistrunk.
Harley Walker, Sandra Culpepper, Beverly Oliver.
Ms. Culpepper, are you serving as an alternate for this matter?
Yes.
Somebody, I'll make sure that's right. Will the attorney representing the board please introduce himself?
Brandon Walker.
Is the licensee present?
Yes.
Are you represented by counsel? Since you're not represented by counsel, I would want to ask a few questions. Do you understand that you have a right to an attorney?
Yes.
Okay. And you have a right to present witnesses and to testify on your behalf today. You have the right to introduce documents or other evidence. You have the right to have the board issue subpoenas. Understanding all this, you still wish to proceed in that fashion.
Yes.
Are you gonna have any witnesses to call other than yourself?
Yes.
You'd like to swear me in?
In just a second.
Yes.
I was gonna ask that,
My name is Hutton Banks, appearing as a witness for Tammy Broadway.
no, it's in, but, when, corporate reporter, we swear in.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Are there any preliminary motions or other matters?
Yes, Your Honor, we have, exhibits B1 through B8 from Madden Board. And for Broadway, we have B1 and, B2, which was brought in today. You should have a physical copy of that.
The order of the hearing will be as follows. Both parties will present opening statements. Opening statements and closing statements, they're not required and they're not evidence. It's really an opportunity to summarize. Case, after opening statements, we'll have evidence from both parties. This is a restoration, it's not the commissioner go first in that point. I just want to make sure that you understand, he doesn't have any witnesses, but, we would be able to cross his name if needed. But he will have an opportunity to cross his name. After both sides have concluded, we will have an opportunity to close this. Like I said, you have to give those. That point, the board panel will, move to go to executive session and deliberate and then come back from the executive session. And then we're giving questions about how this. We will begin, like I said, since this is a restoration proceeding, we'll allow if you go first.
Hey, my name is Tammy Broadway. I was a nurse at one for 23 years, and I lost my license in 2012. A lot of my family died, and I didn't take it very well. And the doctors prescribed me Adderall and Xanax right after my sister died. But I haven't taken those. I was supposed to go to treatment, and when I went for treatment at November, they wanted $30,000, and I didn't have $30,000, so I just couldn't. I just went to care of my dad after he died. And then, I was just sad for a long time, and then whenever, in 2018, my son died, my only child, he died. And I just decided that I was going to quit being sad, and I was going to try to live my life again and try to get my nursing license back. And I've been working on it for 4 years. I've been going to AA for 4 years. I've been doing Raymond Rose Springs for 4 years. When I came before y'all, probably a year and a half ago, they denied me, and I was just still fine. I'm still on chemo, but if I have to take it. I go to my doctor every 3 months, and he says it's well controlled, it's been well controlled. And I really just want to take care of people and their families, and for grieving, I would like to help them. I would like to have my nurse license. And I think I would be a great nurse. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, John. Just a little background. Broadway. Broadway is not practicing nursing for almost 15 years. He was here today asking this board to restore license. Broadway's license practice both in December of 2024. Just heard she was found guilty. Several violations of their practice. Their hearing panel determined she had a mental condition rendered her unable to perform nursing services or duties with reasonable skill and safety. This was due to the fact that she had a history of suicide attempts and suicidal ideation. According to a letter dated April 21st, 2022, from this prerogative to the board, she had not received any treatment for mental disorder. Panel also determined Ms. Broadway was addicted to or dependent on alcohol or other alcohol. This was because she admitted to becoming addicted to Adderall, taking 30 and 24 hours. At the time of the hearing, she was taking phenobarbital and diagnosed with pain. The Lakeside Behavioral Health System. She was in inpatient treatment at the facility with 2 separate times, was resistant to changing. In her second stint at the facility, she was diagnosed as barbiturate opinion, as well as cannabis and stimulants. The panel also determined to engage in conduct of cycling and sleep fraud on the public. This was due to her carrying a clearly legal in a container or saying urine and attached to a hammer. Ms. Broadway was here just 2 years ago and asked municipal religious water limits. In that year, several factors were looked at. An assessment in February of 2013 determined that she needed long-term residential treatment for substance abuse which needed further evaluation of high improvement function. Another assessment in January of 2023 recommended that Ms. Broadway not be allowed to practice until she had completed treatment, had a continuing plan in place, and had signed a monitoring agreement with the business. She has a history of in the Parkinson. The issue. Looking at Ms. Broadway's drug screening, it appears every test she submitted, she was still positive for the drugs. As you heard a while ago, she still has it. The panel determined that Ms. Broadway had not met her burden. She failed to demonstrate at the hearing she was capable of conducting herself in a fit and competent manner in practice. This can all be seen in order, and you'll see it today, dated August. After a petition was denied in that order, Ms. Broadway had another assessment done in November of 2023. You will see that assessment today, see that she was not very truthful in that assessment. You'll see that while the assessment makes the recommendation Ms. Broadway could be truthful, the assessor makes it clear that he did not have all the pertinent. You also see that the assessor believes she needed a neuro psychological evaluation. When considering restoring her license to practice, we refer to the panel to consider how long it takes to practice medicine, the circumstances that led to her losing her license, her ability to practice medicine safely, any substance abuse or mental disorder she may have, and if the public will take with her. Thank you.
Thank you. Broadway, you can now proceed with your case, you can call for the witnesses and include yourself, to testify.
Last year I did go for a mental evaluation and, drug evaluation by Dr. Williams. And, also I went to IOP. You know, before you that.
Your Honor, if you help us out a little bit, then the questions are happy to answer.
There'll be an opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Hutton Banks. I'm an alcoholic and a drug addict. I'm from Monroe, Louisiana, went to school at Millsaps. Graduated in 2004, attended law school at Southern University, graduated from Gwinnett, Law Review. My sobriety date is January 1st, 2014. And I didn't get my license. I had to go appear before the Louisiana Supreme Court to get my license. I'm part of the JLAP program and what they do on that side. Very, very similar to what's happening here. And I got the help that I needed. I appeared before you with severe emotional mental disorders, alcoholism and drug addiction, and I participate in a spiritual program through Alcoholics Anonymous that ameliorates the negative impacts of what those conditions do, what those conditions can do. Been going to AA since 2014. I've known Tammy Broadway since 2022. I've known Tammy for 4 years, and Tammy and I go to the same home group. That's Crew 417 at 1900 Club in Monroe, Louisiana. Mostly we attend the 11 o'clock meeting. You got to know a little bit about Northeast Louisiana. We have 9 high-level treatment centers in the area. And patients trying to recover from drug addiction, alcohol abuse are bussed up from New Orleans, in from Mississippi, Texas, Arkansas, into this area in Northeast Louisiana because of the volume and intensity of our treatment program. They take those patients and they bring them to the AA meetings in Northeast Louisiana, where Tammy and I are sitting side by side in the chair. And you have people that have undergone tremendous hardships, losing family, everything that they have, their licenses, their children to the state, their children to death, just like Tammy. and they come and sit in an AA meeting. And I'm here to tell you, Tammy Broadway sits in the AA meeting and tells them about losing her son. And she tells them about how she got sober. And there was an amazing prayer this morning. She tells them about her relationship with God and what it does for her and what God has made possible for her is sobriety through AA. These people listen to that, they leave that meeting and they don't drink that day. A lot of them. I'm one of them. Tammy has helped me. We have a very similar story. And as far as I know, she's demonstrated rehabilitation. She's demonstrated continuous years of sobriety. I know her to be sober. I know her as an impassionate, caring, sincere, genuine person that shares with the intent to help. And I think that's what the spirit of nursing is. She is trying to help the people in the rooms. And Tammy Broadway can be my nurse any day, in any setting. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you got.
Well, first, so Mr. Walker, you have cross thing.
Not for him. How you want to take it?
Well, we can go ahead with questions for her as well, since she's already testified.
Thank you. Ms. Broadway, just for the record, we state your name and your current place in the board. Talk about that.
Amy Broadway, in the work for Scott, seafood,
How long,
Western World, since January the 9th.
you've been there since January 9th this year?
Yes, sir.
Where were you at before that?
I work for Jada's Kennel. Well, I work for Amber Foods. I work for Lamont's Kennels. I work for Edmonton's store and, I work Calvin's with them. Amber Foods.
Have you done,
You know, I've worked for all of them for 46 years.
have you worked in any capacity, not as a nurse, but in the health field at all, as like a tech or maybe just a secretary, anything like that?
Yes, sir.
You may have said this and you know it's probably in the record, but when were you first licensed as a,
1991.
and
And I went to graduated volume school in 2001.
where were you working as a nurse when you were licensed as a vote?
At Delta Hospital in Memphis.
And so when was that the last time you worked as a nurse?
Yes, sir.
What date? You
I
remember?
believe it was in 2012.
So when you were licensed as a vote? And can you tell us when, and I know you kind of mentioned this a little bit earlier, but when did your substance abuse problem first develop?
Well, when I was a kid, you know, like, when I was a kid, 16, 17, you know, I drank and smoked some weed. But then I didn't when I was a nurse, and then, whatever my sister was, they put me in the law and then.
So I don't want to put words in your mouth. You drank and smoked weed recreationally as a teenager, but do you think you were an addict after that happened with your family member?
With my sister,
Your sister?
I became addicted to Adderall.
What about Thomas?
My sister died in 2008, and I think on
It was Adderall and what was the other one you said earlier?
Xanax.
And you don't take those anymore, is that correct?
Correct.
I believe in what you submitted as P2. This is your current list of medications, that was with your, I know you're fighting, it's,
Yes, sir.
it's brought in today.
my finding issues.
This has everything that you currently take.
Yes,
Um. While you were nursing, did you ever work under the influence
overall,
of any substance?
we do, overall, and I think,
And this was, can you tell us why, I think this was in the original, I'm not worried going back all over, but one of the big things I think when your license was revoked, you had a jar full of urine on a hand warmer. Can you kind of give the panel some explanation as to that?
it's not hard, it wasn't mine. They said that I said, the police said that I said I used it for drug screening, which when I was a nurse, they never drug screening anyway, but I never said that because I, I take clean water, I have to shove clean water in my system, why would I want something to,
Um, when was the last time you drank alcohol?
May 2019, 32 years.
I think it's not page one, maybe at all, but it's really on page 134. Your, your assessment. Yes. There, I won't. But in there, it says that in your assessment of 2024, it said you had a sip of beer. What's your date of sobriety?
May 2019.
May 29th, 2022. In that assessment you had, this from 2024, it said that you had a sip of beer to celebrate your 1 year sobriety in the first year. Is that correct?
No, sir.
It's not.
No, sir.
I mean, no.
I don't know.
I believe your 2024 assessment starts on page.
180.
Yes, ma'am, one page. you look with me on page, I'm going to apologize. The delay, on page 185. I got off on page 1. In your assessment from 2024, page 185, there's, see the top of the page there, it says collateral interview. Another time, 2017, 2025, you see that? It says. Past 6 months, chief of Broadway's meetings and she will call in touch base occasionally. Ms. Broadway has not had an issue with slipping or relapsing in the past couple of weeks. She had a sip of beer around her winter sobriety, but Broadway did not realize that this was considered a relapse. She was upset about being used for.
That was, if I, agree, just like, want cancer, 2020.
It was a prior sobriety.
So I guess where I'm going with, yeah, I'm not questioning this, right, I guess my question is why.
I want to be told to be sober. No, I think we got that problem.
She thought it was okay to have some beer, I guess is one.
Yes, it was before I started going to be.
That was before your admin. That was. Okay, maybe I have these papers.
Memorial Day weekend. I'm sorry, it was Memorial Day weekend. And I don't even know if I drunk a whole year.
Okay, that's. Yeah, you answered my question. So I hope this picture is right. I think it's on page 75. This is your order from 2 years ago. They go with your restoration. Yeah. Do you see that? Are you on that one, Broadway? All right, at the very bottom of the page, it references your assessment from 2013, states some recommendations. On page 76, it says, it says the assessor recommends, confirming part as follows. It has, additional reviews, not ready to practice nursing, skill and safety. She has included treatment and continuing care. Time agreement and see treatment addiction for fitness to return to. You see all that? So on page 179, we have a letter that stated September 11th, 2025, I believe it's from Tommy Plains.
Yes, sir.
You just say it to us.
Yes, I'm going to.
Okay, does it said that he treats you for your secret disorder, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is this who you're, just for clarification, is this who you're considering as your addictionologist, I guess?
I'm sure.
And you have,
It's just.
have you seen an addictionologist?
After Williams, are you about? Evaluation.
Okay. Now, according to Mr. Banks, I think in his letter, he states. He thinks you should be allowed to work without restrictions. I guess my question to you would be, given the fact you have practice in, let's just say, over a decade, and the fact that you had a significant substance abuse issue, would you agree with that statement? He seems to think you would be okay without prescription license. Would you, do you agree with that? Do you think you would be?
I do agree that I wouldn't.
Let me rephrase it differently. I didn't mean to. Do you think you would need some restrictions on the license to distribute for safety practice? Let's go back to your order on page 76. This is really good. it's fine, I'm not gonna make a turn, I was just saying, it's not. It says, referring to your 2013 assessment, that there appeared to be significant personality problems and they experienced the diminished cognitive ability of unknowing a bunch of big medical work. And it says the assessor recommended long-term residential treatment for substance use and changes for your cognitive function. And then on down the page, it refers to an assessment from 2023, it makes it similar. And in the middle of your last year, you testified that you were not participating in long-term residential treatment. Is that still true?
I didn't, go to long term for you, like $40,000, and I don't have $40,000. But I did go get evaluated by Dr. Williams, and I did go at the assisted outpatient person. But I tried to go for long term care, but I didn't want to be in the middle of issues, and I didn't, I wasn't having any drug issues, and I needed one of those for
So you did try and go, they would admit you.
yes, sir. I tried several times.
You submitted a lot of information to this. You know, a lot of, one part of that is that they're time based on 179. Look at page 183. I believe this is from your most recent assessment. In the first paragraph, that you failed to disclose all your use of drugs, specifically it talks about meth, cocaine, hallucinogens, excuse me. You look on the next page on 4, the assessor says that the first paragraph, he says, it specifically asks you stimulants, such as meth and cocaine. It says you lied and that you stated what contradicts your report during the evaluation of palmetto. So I guess my question is, according to this, what this assessor saw versus what you told him versus what he saw in the history, why were you not fully truthful with him?
I guess when I was so young, someone was a kid. Before I even came months, I don't know why. I think, I don't know. I don't know why I like it. I don't remember it all.
So you just said you weren't trying to be untruthful.
Right.
And again, on 184, it's in the second paragraph, it talks about your arrest, and I think I asked you about this earlier, he again talks about where it says, the assessor said you talk about taking drugs from a friend's house and putting them in your pocket. I believe you said pocket like it down. And the assessor points out you failed to mention that you had a volunteer panel at the time. So were you trying to?
It was in my car and I didn't know it was me. But, well, this is what happened, boy.
Well, I'm not trying to confuse you. My question on this is kind of the same context as the last one, because you didn't disclose that to this assessor either. So why didn't you disclose that to me?
Well, I don't want to do it, I don't know why I wouldn't tell you.
There's on page 185, there's a section. There's a section that's titled psychological assessment. You see that? It's not really in the first paragraph, it runs over on the next page, 186. Part I like to look at is in the 6th line, so 186, 6 line. Says her thinking is likely to get overly simplistic and polarized, so she may have, I'm sorry. So she may have difficulty adapting to novel, complex, and/or complex situations. You see where it says that right there?
Yes, sir.
Now, my question is, would you agree with me? I know you've been out of nursing for a long time, but you're also a nurse for a long, time. Would you agree that nursing often very easily includes complex situations? And based on what this assessment says, you would have some, very likely that you would have some issues with situations that are complex of high stress. If you agree, that's what they said. That's, but that you understand that's what the assessment says that you got. Okay. Now, on the next page, it's on 187. Says that the bottom says it explain limitations on this page. Do you see that? In paragraph for the last sentence states. Your cognitive deficits and attention and impulse control is identified by Dr. Young, ongoing maladaptive personality traits. I pose some challenges and high stakes roles likeness. You see that? So based on that, you agree that there is cause for, you don't see it, I'm sorry. It's the last sentence in the paragraph. You see, it's about the 1, 2, 3. It starts in the 4th line. Start there. You see it now?
Yes.
So my question is based on that, do you agree that causes a little bit, well, more than a little bit of concern, mostly granny nurse? Would you agree with that? It goes on to state that there is the potential, because, and I want to be clear, I don't think he's saying, of course, this is what the sentence says. It says there's potential for safe practice for monitoring. You see that as well?
Yes.
Okay. Now, based on this assessment, you have several diagnoses of substance abuse disorder. I won't go through all of them, but it appears that based on the assessment, that excessive believes you're at low risk currently. Would you agree with that? But based on the assessments. But also based on the assessment that we just went over, he does believe that there are some psychological issues, things that I include, that correct as well. Would you agree in that? Well, in a profession like nursing, would you agree that people's lives are on the line? Cognitive issues are a real concern in that type of. You agree with that?
Yes.
Since you were licensed, I believe you said in 2001, how many years did you work as a nurse? I think on your work history, when you turned in, I think it's 92 to 2011. Does that sound right? So you've been out of nursing almost as long as you were in nursing. Okay. I'll look at your affidavit, and I just have a few questions about this. I think they're on page 87. Is one of this one page. Again, sorry. I think this is from your. We have a senior pastor. This is where you attend church, okay. So, I guess my issue with this is on page 8. This is just my curiosity for panels. On page 88, it says, number 3, the question is my understanding applicant's license was revoked for suspended? And the question was a statement as to why. So it's asking the person who filled out this affidavit, what happened to your license? in it, your pastor listed supposed drug abuse, you see that?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us why he would say supposed drug abuse? I guess, how long, how would,
All we know is what I've done.
so does he doesn't really know your full history?
Yes, sir.
What he does, why would he put supposed drug abuse?
We've never seen it done.
But you've given him statements on your entire history of drug abuse?
I didn't know. There's no one going.
Well, I guess. Would you agree that if he was fully aware of your history, that it wouldn't be supposed drug abuse? Would you agree with that?
I don't know why we don't need to. But he's aware of my journey. He was aware of me.
Well, I guess really with this, all he tells us that is that you attended church, but that doesn't really give us anything about your ability to practice nursing, or that the gist of this affidavit kind of states, that you submitted to God's help and you got to attend church, and that's great, but would you agree that it doesn't really give the panel any background or any help on where you are as being able to practice?
I didn't know.
You had a previous hearing was in July of 2024. You need to believe you've already mentioned that. And the transcript from that is only six, I think it starts on page 25. I won't go all the way back to the really active, but during that period, you kind of heard themselves, several things came up concerning her deceitfulness. And I guess my concern is based on that hearing of transcript was, we could go line by line, need to, based on that transcript and, the withholding of information from assessment. Where would you say you are as far as your reliability? Do you agree that you may not have been truthful as you could have been?
I'm wondering, you know, when they are trying to do this, could be. I'm trying to do this.
Would you agree that even the assessor, the most recent assessment said that you weren't totally honest, correct?
Dr. Williams,
The one that's from November 2024, which was the.
yes,
And a lot, I think, what came from your last hearing, in your history was that your cognitive ability and ability to function and practice as nurse. Do you think that because you have the burden, what can you present to the panel and say that you have made some change in your cognitive ability to function as a nurse that would grant them the reason to grant you class?
well, my sister died, you know, after my family died, and my cognitive ability was bad, and, but I've been working on it, you know, I've been on time to study nursing, and, I've done university for, time in college to be with the course. I've took all these classes, and, you know, I've worked on the computer, on the nursing, and, continuing my education.
Do you have a job lined up, or do you have a job lined up? So,
I have to take the course first. And, then I was hoping to do my clinical in, Louisiana. And, after I do that, then I would like to, now, Louisiana.
What type of job you want to do with town parents?
And more telemetry. Similar to Superman or, there's some things that,
Anything that involves because based on what we have, that's really all we have right now. Anything high stress may not be the best suit. Do you agree with that?
yes,
So do you think that you would be safe in practice, being around controlled substances or anything like that?
no, yes, because I respect mine,
What makes you say?
because I would know do it again.
I never.
Does the board have a question? For either,
Thank you, Lord, thank you. Sure, so we don't know how to run.
So just to clarify, you're on clinical at the time because you've had seizures for 7 or 8 years.
So, like,
Okay.
What about your support system, Gina? I know you attend AA meetings, but your personal support system, like, live with you, around you every day.
yes, I have a boyfriend, we, he has 13 years, he has a grandson, who's 15. I have a friend, their house is store next to me. My name is Maria, she's from Russia, and, the lady that I used to work for, she's one of my new friends that I work for at the funeral, Shalom Penny. And then I have a really good friend, Commissioner Alton, Simon from our church. We go, we have lunch every Sunday at church. And, then I have Jada and Haley, those two, that I work for. And I work for,
You do still attend AA meetings?
no,
You do still attend AA?
oh, yes, one that I had in the county, this one, people, I help other,
You have a personal. That's what she said.
I was seeing books sometimes, up until about 2 years ago, something about. And she said that she really didn't need to see me anymore, but I did my fingers, she would see me on a meeting, and I feel if I needed to see her. She said that really I was doing really good. But she was no longer works at the place anymore. Dr. Williams, and his recommendations, that he recommended me, to do the 5 years of, the new growth trainings, and he recommended me to go to, therapy, once a week.
any other questions? Do we have any other witnesses or have this? Mr. Walker, you.
Stay.
We can proceed to closing the arguments. Like I said before, because I know the arguments is not required, not evidence, but which is, also like, so kind of summarize why you feel, the relationship. You don't actually. Mr. Walker, do you have a project?
Briefly, Mr. Broadway has not practiced nursing in over 15 years. She lost her license because of several issues we went over. In the hearing, the last petition was denied because it now found She had not demonstrated the ability to practice nursing skills. She failed to demonstrate that she is capable of conducting some fit, competent manner. And that she failed to provide evidence as to why her license should be restored. Now, there are still some real concerns as to her cognitive ability, practice nursing that you've seen today in evidence and assessment of 2024. That assessor said the thinking is likely to be overly simplistic and polarized, so she may have difficulty in acting and not what you are confident to. And then in another instance, it states, as I said earlier, neurocognitive deficits in attention and impulse control is identified by Dr. Young, ongoing maladaptive personality traits may pose some challenges and aspects of its life capacity. This was in reference to Ms. Broadway's ability to function as a nurse. However, that assessor did indicate that Ms. Broadway could return to nursing with some monitoring and said could potentially practice. And then in recommendations, basically practice one physical period, and then that when she would need to be assessed again. So in closing, I would just encourage you to read the assessment. It's on page 129 in her previous board order and transcript. And also consider the factors that I mentioned in the opening statement about her being practice safely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Thank you, Ms. Broadway, both for your participation in the operation today. This now concludes the evidentiary portion of the hearing. We'll now entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine the need for executive.
Maybe to. Make the motion. Go into closed session.
Thank you. Motion is second. All in favor? We'll entertain a motion to go into executive. We're now in closed session. Now we'll pass a motion for go into executive session for the purpose of deliberation clause 2026-0082 for the City Code 2541-7, of course.
They go into an executive session.
Second. Opposed? Hearing none, we're now in executive session. We are back on the record, there's a motion, Mr. Sismark and Seconded by Ms. Oliver to exit the executive session. During the executive session, there was a motion, from Mr. Sismark, seconded by, Ms. Oliver, it was unanimous to, restore Mrs. Broadway's license with restrictions. There, I'm not gonna go through all of them right now, but basically, you will get a detailed order that will be issued within 45 days and mailed to you certified, that will detail these restrictions. You will have 12 months to comply with the, our preconditions. Then you will be issued a restricted license for 60 months. You need to meet all of those requirements and those restrictions in that order for those 60 months. And if by the completion of that 60-month period, 5-year period, you have met all of these conditions and you maintained all of them, then there's the possibility those restrictions will be. Like I said, those will be detailed in an order. That we have to use that 45 days, and the clock starts running when that order is executed. So it's not, doesn't start today, it's when the board passes the order and it's executed. Sure. Well, yeah, once you have an order, from the board. Oh, that's a good one. You will, part of it is, part of the restrictions are a case manager, compliance case manager. And I believe that'd be Ms. Martin. And you can get with her right afterwards. But once we have the order, all the restrictions outlined, she'll be able to communicate with you on exactly what you need to do, to comply.
Congratulations.
This concludes the matter in case number 2026-0022. Go off the record. Everyone in the audience, I'm gonna say the same things over and over again for all these cases, just so we can get it on the record. If there's ever even reference a particular hearing, you gotta have everything just in that particular hearing thing. Let's say that, not doing it, just for fun. So good morning, today is Wednesday, April 1st, 2026, the time is 9:55 a.m. We are present at the office of the Mississippi Board of Nursing located at 713 South Carolina Road, Ridgeland, Mississippi. We'll now call the next matter on the docket. Matter of Beatrice Collins, license number R779144, case number 2026-0265, license restoration. My name is Kyle Jones, Special Assistant Attorney General. I'll be serving as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role as hearing officer is procedural. I will rule on objections to evidence or questions that are raised by the parties. We'll see to the orderly proceeding, orderly process of this hearing and ensure that the proceedings are in accordance with laws. This is an administrative proceeding, not a court of law, therefore formal rules of evidence as they will proceed do not apply. Have to use them as a guide, but you're not bound by those if you want to proceed. At this time, I'm going to ask the members of the board hearing panel for this matter to introduce themselves for the record at that time.
Daniel Sistrunk.
Probably often and often.
And Colton.
Beverly Oliver.
Will the attorney representing the board, please state your name.
Alexis Morris.
Licensee present. Commissioner present.
Beatrice Collins.
Represented by counsel. right?
Yeah.
Okay, if you're not represented by counsel, we want to ask a couple of questions. That is just to make sure that you do understand you have the right to attorney present to represent you. You understand you have the right to present your witnesses to testify in today's hearing on your behalf. And the right to introduce documents and evidence on your behalf. You understand you have the right to cross-examine or question witnesses testifying in your behalf. Understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board to compel witnesses to appear before the board in office and or to have evidence to do so. You understand, or understanding this, is if you wish to proceed with outcomes.
Yes.
Do you have any witnesses here that you can call? You have one, are you going to testify on your own behalf?
Yes.
Of course, we all have to do the statement of witnesses.
Yeah.
At this time, I'd like to ask a court reporter to swear those people.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Do we have any preliminary motions for that?
Yes, coming back to the board, the exhibits B1 through B11 be introduced, and P1 only have the petition.
Those will be good for the minutes. Yes. Ms. Collins, if you have a chance to review all of the exhibits. Yes. Do you have anything further to add? In the exhibits, yes, that was. The start of the order of the proceeding is pretty simple. We'll have opening statements. Since this is a restoration petition, we'll actually move forward. We'll have the burden of proof to show why your license should be restored. So we'll let you go first. And you don't have to give an opening statement. They're merely, to kind of summarize what you're going to present. It's not evidence. It's not considered evidence. If you have some certain things that you consider testimony, just wait to do that. You have a chance to do that. And then we'll move on to case issues. And like I said, since this is a restoration, we're going to go first. We want burden of proof. So you can testify on your own behalf. Then we've already witness. After each witness, you'll give the board attorney the time to cross-examine. And he can handle any follow-up either after that, and then the board can ask any questions. And then after you're done, I want to say good witnesses, so we move on to closing statements at that time, and then the board will go into an executive session to make a determination. They'll come back out and leave that. Makes sense. You have any questions? let's go ahead with, open statement to the beginning.
My motion being held to speak. But he would like to know the meeting, where we go. Don't hear. And it's very important to be. Even in grades, let's do it. And say we must be interested. And be interested. Something. Practice some mercy, and I'm almost going to lead by example. Because I became a nurse, because it was what I wanted to do, not because I was forced to, I had to do it. It was what I wanted to do. I made a career in medicine. And in my medicine career, I lived in Mississippi. That was so just excellent. In 2019, in being on to respiratory nurses in a long-term care facility, I oversee a facility in which the total responsibility of the nurses is to manage the care of the residents, directly and indirectly, because I do have other employees that work with me on the road, so that I'm an employee. India's 4 years of student care, wonderful basically. Yes, and of course, we exclude the CE for their plans. I should be in in this particular situation, where everyone favors to be convenient on one of the residents. Not only makes this thing, I'm sure it was done. I care for this particular patient. And as a result, my license was revoked. And this was due to the fact that I failed to keep my parental trace of the kids. So I did not know that the company I worked for every girl was doing. So we sit out this letter to repeat the situation I was on. The only way I found out if I wanted to get my license, it was actually because of Mississippi. Because they follow suit in Texas, actually revoked my license for failure to appear for the and once I found out my license was revoked, I immediately stopped working. And that when I found out was in 2020, I get the COVID outbreak. And I immediately steps in place with the board to get my license restored. They did restore my license in Texas in 2021. They did the stipulations. At that time, the stipulation was to pay a restoration fee. And for the supervision of another nurse for 1 year. Due to family situations, I chose. After I got my license restored, I chose not to. And told me that once my situation is clear with my family, that I will plan to pursue my nursing license. So yeah, and I did not work for 2020 until 2024. In 2024, in January, I reapplied for my nursing license. They again gave me the responsibility of the fee and also to under the supervision of the nurse for 1 full year, and which I did. I did all the things to get my license reinstated. I came as of July 2024. I was full-time until last year, October 2025. I relocated to here in Mississippi. And for a couple of months, I just lived off my system. It did not work.
And then I proceeded to steps in place too, because I found out from the Texas board that they gave me license with stipulations, unencumbered license to, of course, work in Texas, but they did not restore my compact license. And they informed me that Mississippi did not reinstate my license. So I took steps in which to contact the Mississippi board and explained that we don't take on the compact license back because I want you in Mississippi. And I was told once I contacted the board, I needed to do first reactivation. And I found out that's not what I needed to do. And finally, I found out what I needed to do as a restoration. And I completed that form. It gave you copies of the thing in front of me. And that's what I'm here for the board, is to explore my license to be restored. I would like to have my compact license back to work with him. And it's right here. I also have one of my affidavits, supporting affidavits here. And she would like to read a statement. Also, in support of the these skills.
We'll wait on that until. Ms. Morris, do you have an opening statement?
Just briefly, I think I'll do a great job of covering the chronological order of events. Again, she's here today to petition for restoration of her nursing license. In November of 2019, the Texas Board of Bank revoked her license, because she practiced in Texas. At the time, she failed to supervise practices and ensure the updated care plan. Following the hearing in June of 2020, the Mississippi Board of Nursing revoked Ms. Collins' license as well. And that was confirmed in a court order dated September 2020. Then on or about February 2021, Ms. Collins' license practice nursing in the state of Texas was reinstated with order. And then on or about August of 2021, Ms. Collins was issued a warning with stipulations in the license placed in active status by the state of Texas. Because she told me that at that time she couldn't fulfill the terms and conditions of that 2021 order. Again, in January of 2024, Ms. Collins submitted an application requesting determination of eligibility of licensure or license reactivation. And in April of 2024, her license was restored and the application was granted in Texas. After successful completion of certain terms and conditions. In August of 2025, Ms. Collins was notified that she had in fact successfully fulfilled the requirements of that 2024 Texas Board order. As in every restoration proceeding, the applicant bears the burden of demonstrating why their license should be restored. In evaluating Ms. Collins' request, we just asked the panel to consider the length of time she's been out of practice, the circumstances that led to the loss of her license, her ability to practice safely, her conduct and recovery efforts since that time, and her compliance with all restoration requirements in Texas and of course Mississippi, and above all, whether restoring her license would adequately protect the public.
Of course, now move on to the case in chief. On to the present, if you want to testify first, then let's keep it kind of clean. So you can go first, and then we'll give Ms. Morrison an opportunity to toss in and the board to ask you the questions. We'll move on to the.
Once my license restored, I worked on the supervision of village and my acute hospital setting. I worked in case management, admission, assessment, insurance reviews, documentation, patient advocate, communication with physicians, monitoring patients. And it was fulfilling role. I enjoyed being back in nursing again. From the time the board kept granting my license in April, it took me to Rome, July to to your position. Because with stipulations, in nursing, where you require supervision, some, employers are reluctant to give you positions, however, I was successful in doing so. I also completed, continuing education, skills checkouts. Everything that was required of me, being and I enjoyed being that woman, so that's my life. That's my life for good. So here back in Mississippi, I am looking to get back to them. And in my defense, I feel that I can strongly practice my skill safely in ensuring that this issue that occurred and happens again. My intention is to practice nursing where I'm the self personally totally responsible for my actions and not in charge of people that what they do or don't do will impact my business and neighbor. So there's some intention in practice.
Does that conclude your testimony? This board. You can follow.
In the restoration with which you about working in October 2025, I can help you with the jobs still. If you have promise of place of employment here in Mississippi, if your license is been back stored today.
I try not to be premature in pursuing. I did test the waters. There are open positions in the area of district practice, which is in hospital setting, doing case management carefully. But I have not, I've even put in the resume and application, but everything is tentative on whether I have license to practice in Mississippi.
And how long did you work in Mississippi prior to moving to Texas?
I was originally licensed in 1984. I left for Texas this last time in 2018.
So you held self-director nursing positions, that you testified previously, that's not something that you want to do now, correct? And prior to the issue in Texas, have you ever had any issues, either in Texas or Mississippi with the nursing process?
No, I haven't. I always try to lead by example, be with best yourself and be. I actually mentored nurses and this issue is shocked to me. It hurt me, it devastated me actually. And I really did need that time to come back to the drawing board and take this opportunity.
Or just a little bit of background information, I do realize that there was a hearing in 2020, but just the events that led to the revocation of Texas, I know that you stated with a failure to update your address, but what would the underlying events of that case?
There was a patient who smoked. A lot of the patients in that particular facility smoke, they sign out. They leave the premises, go smoke and do whatever they had to do and come back to the facility. In this particular facility, I've been there for 3 months. As the director of nurses, I was still personally learning about the patients, learning the roles of the supporting staff. Of course, I knew that care plans were completed by when years coordinated, care plan coordinators. And I understood my role in making sure that care plans were done at this point. I did not fully know all the residents and residents circumstances. So a particular patient did sign and set out one night. Was actually out of town at that point. Come back in the facility. The next day we found a patient, he had died. Betsy got really old in his back, in his stomach. He had drug paraphernalia abuse. And of course, we called the state once we found this out. And it did an investigation. I had to actually educate, train a big care company on 100% of residents. Educate, train 100% of the staff to make sure that this never occurred again. And I actually left that job afterwards. And it wasn't until 2020 that I found that my license had been referred to the board and then I lost my license. If I had known that a letter had been sent out to me to report to the board to give an explanation of these events, I would have gladly agreed, but I did not know. And that was my failure. And what I've learned on that is to, as I mentioned earlier, always keep your license, address is current, and everything you need to go so that communication will be timely in those situations. And I like to add that afterwards, fast forward to 2024, I applied for a position out in the licensed social store. I went to a facility that was a sister facility to that facility where they had happened. And the administrator told me that, yes, of course, they referred my license to the board, but they found out after a autopsy investigation of a particular resident, they had underlying conditions. Nothing was related to the fact that he was found with first and he's moved. But that was relief to hear that. But it still did not negate the fact that I lost my license because I failed to ensure that care plan was completely on patient. That it does not negate that fact. So I'm here today to ensure that moving forward that I should return to practice to the best of my ability to ensure that I do everything I can within my practice to ensure safety.
What was the last time that you have practiced and worked as a nurse?
From July 2024 till last year, October 2025.
Right, the package you also submitted evidence of completion of continuing education courses. You mentioned a refresher course. Can you take some type of refresher course?
No, refresher course for continuing education courses that were mandated to me by the Texas Nurse Board.
Have you completed any courses specifically related to patient safety, supervision, or regulatory compliance?
Yes, indeed. Okay. On business number 065, last numbers, I did Texas Nursing Jurisprudence and ethics. Those hours, I also did writing the loan, ethics and professionalism in pursuit, course.
You have the burden to prove why your license should be restored. Which will tell the family why they should grant your restoration application.
Because I'm a nurse and I have to practice nursing again. I have proven that I am responsible, dependable, and the monitoring that I received, it was always positive. There was no negative. I have been dependable. I use good judgment in making sure that you're constantly out for the patients under my care since my license was reinstated.
Would you be opposed if your license was reinstated in Mississippi to having some type of monitor? Or indirect supervisor in the event that your request was granted?
I would hope not. I did the monitoring successfully, and my license was fully restored in Texas without any other stipulations on my license. I paid restitution, and I have worked there after my license. I completed those 4 quarters of monitoring. I was off monitoring, continued to work successfully without any issues. So I feel safe.
I think you would say.
Or that in question.
Stop. What is your, do you intend to come back to Mississippi more?
Yes,
Do you have something you're looking at already currently?
yes.
What would that be?
It's at Baptist Hospital in South Bend, Mississippi, in case.
So, just out of curiosity. As a DON of a long-term care facility.
I was responsible for 300 patients over the years, over 300 employees over the years, making sure that patients' care and safety was provided. I was nursing staff, monitoring employees, making rounds on patients, ensuring care plans were done, ensuring that MDS did just the total care of patients at that time was my responsibility.
How many are in that facility?
The one where the lost my license. I think they have a total of 65 beds.
It's standard practice for the MDS and for care plan nurses. Okay?
Yes,
What was the review process like here? Have to review that quarterly, monthly?
no, it honestly wasn't as the director of nurses, at my discretion, but it was mandated that I actually review all of the MDSs and all the care plans and installations. They had actually 2 full-time MDS care plan coordinators, both were RNs as well, and it was their responsibility to do so. But I do take complete responsibility for not ensuring that they.
And staff. Is it ever your intention to be in leadership probably?
I think the nurse will always, but as far as on paper, being director of nurses and long-term care, it's really not.
I totally understand long-term care nursing 16 years. So with that being said, do you currently maintain and update the gateway?
Yes,
So if we're pulling up right now, extra current address.
it's my job only to feel completely, but I wanted to contact license so that I be free to move between, Texas and here. But if my license are, reinstated, and yes, Mississippi will become my permanent state of residence. And that's because my family's here, everyone's here. I was the only one out in Texas. I do want to make this my permanent state of residence, you know.
Last question. In your experience, what did you learn from the situation you found yourself if you do locally?
What I learned from it is to to try to ensure that care plan were completed, even though someone else is responsible, even if it's something as simple as did you do it? Question the ones that were responsible, just to affirm that they actually done what they were supposed to do. Not assuming. Try to get to know my patients a lot sooner than
3 months that I was there, so that I would personally know what was required of them, that they needed as far as care plan. And then make sure that those were done. I also learned, as mentioned earlier, to keep updated information for the board. Thank you.
You have any questions? Any other questions? Scholars, you can call the witness.
This is Rita Ali. She is my sister. She is one of my support affidavits. She is, I guess, a character of stage.
Hello, my name is Rita. I would just like to say that I know my sister to be one of the most marvelous and kindest people. As a nurse, she's been nothing but kindness, especially because you can meet. Of all the jobs I've known her to have, she can say, leadership roles in facilities she's worked in has been outstanding. Her staff, and the patient lovely, and she's a hands-on counselor. Nothing's too big, too small for her to roll up her sleeves and jump right in. She's a perfectionist. And she does everything within the scope. She loves doing things for her staff and patients. She's passionate about her job. She loves doing things for her staff. She appreciates them. Doing nurse week, she does something every day. Whether you dress up, dress down, whether it's uniform, or bunches. They just love her. She's worn many titles. As an LPN first, then she became RN. She's only excelling in her new role. She became RN. I love her as my sister, even though I've never heard of her speaking. I see the type of nurse she is, and I look to her as the prime example of who I want to be, and I'm becoming RN.
You have anything else you want to ask her to get on the record?
No, nothing.
George, do you have a question for this one? The board, any questions for this one?
The only question I have is, this is very provided for you.
For me,
Have you ever,
Worked with her.
has she received care from you? No, has your sister taken care of you personally?
Yes,
Tell us about that.
she's a big sister. She's the reason why I became. My mom was a nurse. She took care of us. She followed my mom for. She's always been the one that took care of all of us. My brother. It's just nothing we can go to her for, and she could do it. With me being a nurse, I had a lot to question on. So she helped me a lot. She helped me when I graduated. She took me to New Orleans for as well as she was. She was already on. And when I became, I definitely started working with different facilities. I had problems. She was the one who she always said. I wasn't that way. She's basically it's
So she's not just your sister, she's your mom.
yes.
Any other questions? College, do you have any other witnesses, testimony, evidence that you wish to do?
No.
Morris, you have any evidence that you'd like to? All right, well, in that case, we'll move on to closing statements. You have, Ms. Carlos, you have a closing statement you'd like to offer? Again, it's not required, it's not evidence, but it would give us a summary of why abortion is.
as a nurse, I would like to get back to nursing, here in this, and you know, put about this court. I'm looking at you all see that I would be, safe to practice these things.
Have the burden to prove why I'm going to choose for. Even considering the request, I would like him to think about how long she's been, how long it has been since she practiced nursing. The circumstances that led to her leaving her home. Her ability to practice nursing safely. Her conduct since losing her license. Compliance with all restoration requirements. And if the public will be protected with the license.
Thank you. And Ms. Johnson, I'll take the both your cooperation and your attendance today. This concludes the evidence here portion of the hearing. I'll now entertain a motion from the board to go to closed session to determine the need for executive. Now, in closed session, a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of deliberation of clause 2026-0265 pursuant to Mississippi Code section 2541(7) will be. All of them. Aye. Without executive session. We are back on the record and out of the executive session, by motion by Mr. Sistering, second by, Ms. Oliver. During executive session, the board, determined unanimously, motion, that the license, be Collins license number R 779-144 be restored and respondent be allowed to become the ownership of the lot.
Congratulations.
On the actual one. Compact system. Which will be, detailed in an order. These orders get drafted and sent out within 45 days of this hearing. After they're executed by the board, that's. Good, right. We mail to you, so make sure your address is right. We mail to.
Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Congratulations, Tom.
Thank you.
Yes. Keep being good numbers.
Let's keep roots in matter. We can go off record for. Today is Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. Time is 10:51 a.m. for the President Office of the Mississippi Board of Nursing located at 71 Stop Road in Middletown, Mississippi. We now call the next matter on the docket. The matter of Monashira, license number R 901409. This is case number 2024-1133. My name is Kyle Jones. I'm the Special Assistant Attorney General. I will be serving as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role is mainly procedural. I will rule on any motions or objections. Raised by the parties, just to see that the orderly, accept this hearing and ensure that all applicable rules and regulations are complied. This is an administrative proceeding, which means it's not a court of law. Formal rules of evidence, still proceeded to be around 5 here. Typically, it's used as a guide, but we are bound to them. At this time, I'd like to have the members of the full hearing panel for this case introduce themselves for the record on that.
Sandra Fulton, Beverly Oliver.
Daniel Sistrum, alternate.
Will the attorney for the board, who's taking over the rest?
Brandon Malton.
Licensee is present. Yes, you are represented by counsel there. Since you're not, I'd like to ask just a few questions, get it on the record. You understand you have the right to attorney. Directly. You understand you have the right to present witnesses to testify to today's hearing on your behalf. You understand you have the right to produce documents and evidence on your behalf. You have the right to cross-examine or question witnesses testifying against you. Further understanding you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board, to compel witnesses to appear before the board, to offer testimony or to have evidence produced on your behalf.
Yes.
Understand you, yes, understanding all this, you wish to proceed with this matter without. Are you going to be calling any witnesses today? Will you be testifying on your own behalf? Mr. Walker, have you had any witnesses?
I did not count.
At this time, will the court reporter please swear in, Ms. Sherry?
It's me. You solemnly swear the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Are there any preliminary matters, motions, given to Mr. Williams?
Yeah, we have, big one for D 79. With that. D one.
Have anything else to consider in amendments, the other exhibits aside from
The one that I sent you.
Just as far as procedure goes today, we'll begin with opening statements. Since this is an appeal, the burden of proof is actually you, you will go first. You will issue a line, is read, or what other mitigating circumstances might have been. That was all statement. And then, we'll start with opening statements. You'll get opening statements you want, we'll get one if you so chooses. You don't have to give one, it would be a nice way to summarize, what you plan to present. And then you begin your case in chief, you offer any testimony or evidence that, the board needs to consider. Mr. Walker, will have an opportunity to cross-examine you. The board will then have an opportunity to ask you more questions. Receive the questions. It's that back. And then at the close of statements, typically the board will go into an executive session, and deliberate, and come back out, make a determination on the way. You have any questions? We will begin with opening statements, and I'll say you will proceed first.
My name is Laura Shearer. I'm 35 years old. In 2015, I received my nurse license. Since then, I've been an honor student, never been in drugs in my life. I've been teaching most of the childhood trauma and things. I've worked in long-term care, psychiatry, and individual since my 10 years. My license was currently suspended. I was working in Louisiana at the time, and I was in stipulations, and I did get help for opium. And also, I see one of the reasons here that it was also denied is that I missed the hearing, but it looks like they went into like it was mailed to Florida, and that's when Hurricane Helene had during that time before that. I just that wasn't living there anyway, but I had nobody to contact me. But I do remember changing it my mom. But since all this has happened, I have gone to recovery at Crossroads, stayed there 45 days. I'm speaking to therapists every month. And I'm going to aftercare meetings as well, twice a week. I'm just scared to possibly be considered for the harm people.
Mr. Walker, you have opening statement.
I do, thank you. Just briefly, Ms. Sherry is here with her new application for license. You will see today that she let her license expire in December of 2024. This was after she was sent a notice of hearing in October of 2024. That notice set her for a hearing on a day of June 5th, 2025. The extent certified mail address on file with the board. That green card came out of signed for which is dated service was affected. There did not renew for license. I don't want to expire. Then approximately 5 months later, she filed a total of her license. You'll see today that the complaint that she was sent on February 24th, she was charged with having disciplinary action and other jurisdictions, which I believe is very important today. July of 2023, she was ceasing practicing nursing in Louisiana for 2 years with qualification documentation. You will see that according to that order, she signed that she failed to make single check for prior patient to be released in the middle. Also, on a reminder found today that it is sheer burden to prove why that that's not fair. Thank you.
Thank you. We now begin, Sharon, you begin your testimony.
Okay, well, as I see here, where I said I signed, that's not my signature. It says, agent. Signature on may receive time, I don't know if you understand. It says over here that it was mailed, delivered to the front desk reception in the other mail.
What page number is that?
For the green card? Yeah, hey.
So the first thing I think that's going to say something on. But I wasn't really. I did not have probably. So, with, at the time when I was under stipulations, I was working at a psychiatric, adolescent psychiatric hospital. I'm trying to page. At the time, I was the only nurse working. I had to take care of PC patients who were short staffed. And, nobody helped me with CNA tonight to watch the patient. The supervisor told me just go ahead and start taking the notes out, it'll be fine. The door was locked, where the patient was at the time. And, so I stepped aside and, I drew up the minutes because I thought, whoa, you know, I didn't want to go ahead and start fighting. Because one of them, when the side patient opened the medication, they all go to the wall. And, after I came out, I wasn't told that day exactly, but, we had a meeting after with my DON and, she stated that he had touched himself, from a piece of event. That was supposed to be a feeling, so I'm not sure how it got it. The dads were supposed to be mounted the home and, he was supposed to hit it practically. It was supposed to be in the, that's where you're hitting the piece of metal. No, he said that it's probably. It's probably because it was closed at the time. I tried to make up for anything. It's, we were, I was in severe stress for long, I was supposed to have a med clinic as well. I had to do everything on my own. And if I could change anything, I would have done that. you know, I decided with them. I wouldn't wait until I got home. But I'm older now. That's all I have to say on
You have any other testimony? Like that?
that. I'm not sure, take it to what, which is the going on.
Mr. Walker, you can proceed across this time. We'll allow you to read that.
Thank you, John. Ms. Cheryl, we state your name and where you're currently employed.
I'm sure, I'm currently unemployed.
How long have you been unemployed?
Since the day that my license was, suspended, or since I was born in the first year.
You remember what that is? That's last time you worked as a nurse. Her case was probably this green card tag 9. Use just for clarification. So it's like it says, online free delivery, do you see that? Green card at the top.
Yes.
Were you aware that you can reschedule online free delivery, like you wish we did?
No, I never even received this message. I haven't seen it today, but
Yes, that's because I believe you stated the address is not, you're not updated, your address is the correct address.
no, I was not there at the time, and
But it was when you had it.
I did have that before because I thought I was going to live there, but I never said location, I was know how to work anymore.
So you didn't update your address before 6.
Well, I saw nurses, I remember changing it, but if that's what you saw, then I guess it didn't go through.
So you updated on our set,
Yes, it did.
but you didn't update on this.
What's it supposed to call?
So the rules of in 28, I believe it, 2830 is required to update your address. So before you change the 30 days, should be aware of that. Do you think that's probably right to this address? And you were the original complaint, I'm not because but you were charged with comments saying, this board with receiving action in another state. And I believe you addressed that. And I think that order is on page 16. Page number. Yes, 16. On number 2, and you signed, this is a consent, you signed this, I believe, like on page 18.
Yes, those are stipulations in order to obtain the stipulations, the consent. I did sign.
And then this, and number 2, you agreed to this, and you signed up.
I did.
So you weren't making the check for that.
No, the thing is, I was not directly supervising them like I should have. I went to the bedroom and used out the day room by myself where nobody was watching them. I thought he couldn't go in because the door was locked. You know, the supervisor showed me so many times, you know, that I told me so many times that I could do that because we were so short staffed. But where it says, you not the right documentation, because I thought I had to get gone to the room.
You know what happened to patient?
I believe they did because all cut on the form.
So if you mentioned you testified that this part of your term, that was Louisiana.
Yes, that's wrong, where's my current wrestling, the administrator was asking me to become director of nursing at the time, you know, he even wrote a letter a week before. And then I told him myself that I had a problem. Because I had been for help.
You know what when your problem originally started?
One of the first people.
Yeah.
Around middle of 2020.
What did your board to bring that on?
Yes, and also I was going to continue to call it on, and what really brought it on was seeing another student. So that's messed up. I'm seeing them again with the divorce and our recent relationship.
What was your drug story?
Absolutely.
And you started there about 2020? I'm not sure.
In the middle of.
You got anything else other than oxycodone?
Heroin. That same year, because I had a childhood friend I grew up with that asked me over and over, you know, I'm one of the ones that never thought this would happen to me.
What's your, you may have said this, but what's your date tomorrow?
It's actually September 15th, this last year, 2021.
So you're not quite at a year yet, is that correct?
No,
Are you doing AA? Did you say you did AA?
I do after meeting. It's in Gulf Board at Crossroads.
Oh.
Sort of an outpatient program.
How often do you do?
A month. That's what is considered being an outpatient. Monthly therapy every month.
How often do you do therapy?
Every month, or however often I would like. My therapist at the time, she's moving, so I have to find. She's moving.
Did you done any type of outpatient patient care?
Currently, I went to Crossroads in April. It was September 18th and November 5th. I asked for an extension. Didn't get to tell you this.
What's your support system?
So, I'm actually originally from Albania, and most of my family live overseas, but, it's my mother and my sister who's diagnosed with schizophrenia and nothing. Emergency now, so,
Is that who you currently live with now?
I do.
Do you think, are you been drug tested or doing that, any type of, other than your AA and your therapist, what else?
They drug test me when I was young. Of course.
Have you had any, when's the last time, what were the results of that?
It was all negative. They had me on Suboxone, you know, that's pretty for long, this month, not taking.
You're not taking that, correct?
No, I'm not, it's about 2 weeks ago. I
Have you
don't want to stay on.
have you had any issues? A lot?
No, not at all. No, I'm very strong-minded. Honestly, I'm not gonna let drugs ruin my life. I'm completely ready to stop. I want stability in my life, and that's what nursing homes do me. I feel lost without doing my career.
What medications are you currently taking?
So the PTSD, I've been having night terrors lately, so they did put me on Prednisone. I'm the low milligram. I take it because I have nightmares. I'm flexible, milligrams with anxiety and depression. And that's it. I was on Seroquel, but it made me gain some weight. I just for sleep.
Do you currently have a sponsor?
No, I went to NA meeting in my community and I ran into some people I didn't really want to be around. So I was gonna look for a sponsor, but I couldn't find where I'm from.
So what's your, are you want to practice in Mississippi, so where you are now?
Mm-hmm.
So you're here asking today for the grant your license in Mississippi?
Yes.
So, what area do you intend on, or do you have plans to practice in?
I plan on still working in the psych field because my sister, she's been ever since she developed schizophrenia, you know, it's felt so bad. I want to help people with mental health issues, since I've gone through it. And I want to become a nurse, so I can be in this.
Would you be willing to get the board granted you your petition to attend more community meetings a week and then it's sponsored?
Yes.
Do you think you'd be able to compete back both three?
Yes.
If you have, I mean, the field you want to go into, but do you have a job lined up currently?
Well, they actually told me I can come back to Ferncrest Manor, and that is a nursing home, but it's in New Orleans, in the park.
Would it? Say, it's been a little while since you practiced, 2 years, almost 2 years. Would you be open to having supervision? That's something you want,
Yes, I've worked in it before.
even if it's limited to where you can practice?
Yes, I would agree with that. I mean, I understand that people are at risk with the nurse say doing a drug use. I'm known to be very detail oriented. I've been told I'm hardworking, conscientious, but none of those things if I'm not knowing a drug. A very good nurse.
You said earlier that, we ran recently to some parts of the kind of stuff he's going to do. Half problem, I guess, we will put it in that or do they anything? What's that you have in place to prevent, if they said it happened to me? What do you have in place for you?
So right now, just make sure I keep my support system and continue going on therapy visits, they help me tremendously. And also my aftercare meetings, that's my support system as well. And my mother now knows the severity of the trauma that I've endured. So she knows now I can bring her ex-husband around me. She didn't really understand how bad it was. So she would bring him around more often. I've had to tell her to stop, and she has.
So your birthday, why should the panel, grant you your position, grant you life?
I've worked very hard for my license, so ever since I was a child, I wanted to help others, the homeless, even, I wanted to go overseas and help the hungry. I want to further my career, I don't want to let the stigma of substance abuse just take over me, all of it. I hope that you all will just give me a chance, so, I will stay so great. Thank you.
Do you have any follow-up, anything that, based on his questions that you would want to,
No,
reiterate with the board, but
So what is the current status of their license with, maybe Florida?
I think it's, I don't think it's, I haven't checked it.
Or not? Are you able to practice in those 2 states?
Well, see, when I asked Louisiana board if I could practice even higher than the Louisiana practice anywhere, and I was like, no, I don't wanna do that illegally. So I have not checked.
Why did you not attempt recovery before 2025?
So I did stop at the time, and the thing that happened was, my sister, after me and my mother went to Florida before the hurricane to try to come back, she would not come back. So after that, my mother went to pick her up, brought her back, and it was like months down the line, I was so ready to have a drug test. Not really. I found a bottle of Parkinson's, and after I saw it, because I was having nightmares and couldn't sleep, having vivid dreams, and I was screaming in my sleep, went through it pretty bad, but I did seek treatment after. The treatment at Louisiana board wanted me to attend, it cost $3,000 just for evaluation, plus about 10,000 at $1,000.
So based on what you just told, when was your updated sobriety?
It's September 15th, 25.
And have you ever worked under the influence of opiates or any alcohol?
But it was just that when I was on the road, I did tell the administrator that I am not on drugs right now, and I'm afraid to come and work on drugs, and I did let him know that I'm lying, and they did drug testing. So he did, I did work that morning on it, but they did drug testing and they didn't.
And the only other question I have, seeing that you've had issues with 2 other boards of nursing, what assurances do we have that you will comply with any requirements we have?
Well,
I normally do follow orders. I'm still very serious about my recovery. I'm wanting to gain more stability in my life and take care of my mental health issues right now. And I'm doing everything I can. I will attend meetings. I actually enjoy the meetings and I enjoy my therapy visits. So, yes, I want to continue to do my career further in nursing if possible.
Any other questions? This time, Mr. Walker, you don't have any. At this time, we'll move forward to closing statements. Closing statement, you want to give one, again, it's not evidence, not required. Kind of summation of your argument and one of the answers.
Also, to work on the recovery nurse program if possible. I think that would be very great for me. I really have not tried any other job besides in health therapy. I love what I do. And I'm ready to just return back to myself and take care of people. Under supervision.
Let's walk through a closing statement.
It's briefly, just around the panel that Ms. Sarah Blasey was denied by this board, she had it first approved. Why that now should be overturned, and so, whether or not she.
Thank you, Mr. Walker, and attendance and cooperation. This concludes the evidentiary portion of the hearing, and I'll entertain a motion from the board and to enter a closed session with the term of media and executive. Second, all in favor? I entertain a motion to go into executive session for the purposes of deliberation. Clause number 2024. 1133.
Second.
Wait for a second, all in favor? Executive session will be.
With that being said, when we come back, students.
All right, we are back on the record, motion to engage in executive session, was passed and motion that was approved by the board during the executive session was that the applicant be allowed to proceed with the application for license. State of Mississippi, after meeting the following stipulations within 180 calendar days from the date of this order. What I want to do is explain to you what that means. There's a lot. I'm not going to read off for the record. This will be a detailed order that will be presented, that will be executed by the board and sent to you within 45 days of today. But one thing that it includes is a conference with compliance and case manager, and I believe Ms. Martin will be your case manager. We'll be given her today, and once we have all the details memorialized in the order executed by the board, you'll be able to see what I need to do. Now, we give you 180 days to get in compliance with this. After that time, and you've checked off everything you need to do, it would then issue a restricted license. That license should have a number of restrictions in it. And that all of that will be detailed in the. No, not the way that this works. You can finish the stipulations, the education requirements, all of that. You can do that inside the 100 days. Once it's, oh, you're asking if you do this in 2 weeks, which is not probably possible, could you then go ahead? Yes, that's fine. It's just once you've complied with the requirements, we're just giving you 180 days you can do it before. After that, there'll be a period of 60 months, 5 years, during the restricted license, which have a number of other compliance restrictions on it. You'll have to be and you maintain. All of that can be detailed in the whole. Thank you. This concludes our.
Thank you.
That concludes our matter before us today. It was paused, and we're gonna stay on the record to read our docket for Green Settlement. Yes, good luck. Thank you, Richard.
God bless.
That concludes the docket for today, but we have the ASP doc. And what we're going to do is, Mr. Walker, would you like to intervene? Would you like to read these off, or do you want me?
I can read it off. Let's read the name. Okay. Ready? An ASP from Taylor Moss. ASP from Kirby Miller. ASP from Tamika Evans. Ernest Griffin. Karen Barnett. Lance Petty. Buffy Bryant. Carla Jackson. Nisha Lee. Joseph Rose. Al Lim. Stephanie Winham. Pamela Norwood. Aisha Harvey. David Prime. Aaron Barrier. Curtis Muirhead. Kayla Williams. Sandra Kaufman.
Is that our? That is our whole ASP document now. Going to executive session. They've got deliberating on those closes. Do I have a motion to go into closed session to determine the lead? All in favor? Now closed session, we have a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of deliberating on the proposed. Executive session.